Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, you're in beautiful Barbados. Have you been enjoying your stay here? It's just, yeah, some people have been. So the people who are clapping are the people who got a chance to get into the water, and the people who haven't clapped yet, you haven't experienced Barbados' beautiful salt water yet. I think that's what's going on. All right. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Belle Holder. Welcome to day 4 of the United Nations Trade and Development Global Supply Chain Forum, the inaugural forum, the first ever for 2024. Over the last 3 days, this is day 4, we've had government leaders, the UN, UNCTAD, 120 countries represented. We've had ministers, heads of key private sector organizations, influencers, movers, shakers, disruptors, policymakers, and that is you. Each and every one of you in this room whose responsibility is to do the work to advocate for positive change. And on that note, give yourselves an energetic round of applause. It's going to get us through day 4. And not just day 4, but the work that comes after. We know that once the curtain comes down on the Global Supply Chain Forum for 2024, a lot of the necessary work begins. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning's session will discuss the role women play in supply chains today and the barriers they face in typically male-dominated sectors. So I'm going to call to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary General of UNCTAD, Her Excellency Rebecca Greenspan. Natalie O. Sandiford, President of WEMAC, Barbados' chapter, the Maritime Transport and Port. Anne-Marie Vandenberg, Assistant Secretary General for Supply Chain Management, OSCM, Procurement. Na Denswa Arite, Global Advisor for Women in Logistics and Transport, WILAT. Good morning. I'll also like to call Malaika Capella Ross, General Manager of the Caribbean Shipping Association. And Gilbert Hongbo, Director General, International Labor Organization. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will hand over to our moderator. Please give her a rousing round of applause. Shamika Samani, Director, Division on Technology and Logistics with UNCTAD. Ms. Saramani, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Belle, for that introduction and also waking us all up. And I think we are up and about to go. For the last 2 days, there have been many sessions where we discuss about women's predicament, women, the SMEs in supply chains and their predicament, especially when the supply chains run into crisis situations. And we talk about a lot about the cross-border traders, and many of them are women and small enterprises. And so now we are coming together to chart new horizons. That's the session. This session is about the gender equality in supply chains and challenges and opportunities. You see, this session, we will discuss the role of women play in supply chains today and the barriers they face in typically male-dominated sectors such as maritime transport, ports, customs, and others. And I think many of you have gone through customs and immigration and ports. I mean, we were in the port yesterday too, here in Barbados. And this is not a women's world. It's another world. But the unfortunate reality is it limits women's potential contribution to supply chains and also challenges the industry's growth. So it's not a good thing. To have more women and a more representation, gender representation, is a good thing for the industry and also a good thing for international trade. So we have the most eminent group of panelists to explore the sector's untapped opportunities and explore solutions for current challenges. And I'm very happy to say we have the real gender champions here at this panel and the real practitioners. And you will bring enormous insights that we don't have, and you will charter the course for us as we go from this forum to our next forum in Saudi Arabia. So let me start inviting as our keynote speaker, Mr. Gilbert Hongo, the Director General of International Labour Organizations, and to share with us the predicament of labor in the supply chains. You have.
Thank you so much. Good morning to you all. Let me start by recognizing the high table, and as we said, all protocol observed. Distinguished guests, I would like to begin by thanking the government of Barbados and, of course, UNCTAD, my dear sister Rebecca, and the whole team for co-organizing this forum. It is really a privilege for us to address you on the topic of gender equality in supply chains. Over the past 30 years, the world has seen economic growth and expanding international trade driven by businesses that rely on global supply chain. Our estimate in ILO are that 1 in 5 people in the global workforce are employed in supply chain. Women represent 40% of these workers. The growth of female workers in supply chain is part of a global trend that has seen millions of women join the formal labor market over the last few decades. And this trend has helped women gain financial independence, and it has contributed to reducing poverty. Despite such progress, however, inequalities between women and men persist. Since 2016, the global gender pay gap has stagnated at around 20%. Women are more likely than men to be employed on temporary contracts and in low-pay positions. Such gender-based segregation is deeply rooted in social norms, which in turn impact the position of women in the world of work. For example, women are overrepresented in supply chains that depend on low-skilled work. Conversely, women are less likely to obtain higher paying and higher skilled jobs, or to be considered for managerial positions than men are. ILO's research demonstrates that inequalities between women and men widened during the pandemic due to its impact on trade. Women were more likely to work in those industries, for example, garment, that were most disrupted by the collapse in global demand. We also know that women have benefited less than men in the subsequent period of trade recovery. The rapid recovery of exports has been concentrated in male-intensive industries such as oil and gas, machinery and equipment, automotive, and transport. This context is crucial to our discussion in this forum. The sustainable solutions to the supply chain challenges created by the many crises and trends discussed this week are solutions that will contribute to a more social, just, and sustainable societies. As Prime Minister Motley said on the opening days of this forum, we must make supply chain work for growth and development. Such challenges are also relevant in the global transport industry. The sector is highly male-dominated, and women tend to hold lower-paid roles in transport jobs, and they have less career development opportunities. Yet, employers and workers' organizations in the transport sector have taken important steps to change this and attract and retain women into the sector and all sectors. And I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank workers and employers for their efforts. Workers and employers have created gender committees, and you are implementing measures to improve pay equity and gender-responsive occupational safety and health policies. You are also on better financing of women-led businesses, especially in trucking, which is also supporting women's participation in your sector. In the maritime sector, women make up just over 1% of the workforce, although this is much higher on cruise and passenger ships. Women face systemic inequalities in wages and contract conditions persist, even though women report being interested in careers at sea. Additionally, gender discrimination makes the already existing challenges posed by extended period of isolation and limited shore leave even worse for women. To change this, we must create workplaces that are free from violence, free from harassment, free from discrimination. At the ILO, we look forward to supporting the shipping sector and its effort to address these challenges. Here too, we must know that through social dialogue, seafarers and ship owners have made important headway toward ensuring a safe workplace. The ILO has incorporated their invaluable guidance on eliminating shipboard harassment and bullying into our Maritime Labor Convention. And next year, we will discuss new amendments to the convention to prohibit onboard violence and harassment. Meanwhile, the ILO's existing labor complaints mechanism will be adapted as well to seafarers. These are all important and effective measures, but we must not stop here. We must continue our work, including promoting work-life balance and improving maternity protection for women seafarers. The COVID-19 pandemic also showed us that social protection creates more resilient businesses in supply chains. Better social coverage leads to a healthier balance between work and family life. Within our societies, women disproportionately bear the burden of care for children, the elderly, and the sick. Achieving gender equality, therefore, means redistributing this responsibility. It also means improving women's access to skill development and challenging outdated stereotypes about about gender. As we transition toward more sustainable societies, new businesses are emerging in supply chains. We have, therefore, a golden opportunity to seize on this and turn it into an opportunity to create quality, inclusive jobs and support women's empowerment. So I look forward to our continued collaboration to strengthen equality and social justice in supply chains. Thank you.
Thank you, DG, for giving us the numbers and the real picture on the ground. And you started saying when it comes to supply chains, 1/5 of the world's labor force is engaged in supply chains and 40% of that is women. But then you also highlighted the women, there are enormous inequalities that women face, especially temporary jobs and low payments, and especially in transport sector. Because there's a lot of conversation is around the maritime, the transport sector of the supply chain. And you said that's where the women's representation is not there. And you said then, I think that this is the beginning of our conversation, you said that there is a transition towards a new business models, especially after the supply chain crisis. And so there are new opportunities for us to address the injustice. So now I turn to our panel, because our panel will serve as a call to action to how to urge the stakeholders, policymakers to charter a new world and what policy reforms are needed, what private-public partnerships that we need to forge so that the women will be equally, on equal footing, will be engaged in supply chain management and will engage in international trade, which is much more lucrative than domestic trade. So let me now turn to our eminent panel. I think, SG, I think that you're ready to go already. Our SG is already ready to go. So let me introduce, I know all the names are here, so I don't need to take time to go through your names and introduce yourselves, and you are the most eminent panel that we can ever find in this place. SG, let me turn to you and ask you, how does UN Trade and Development view the current representation of women in supply chains, and what are the primary barriers hindering women's participation and advancement in supply chain roles?
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Gilbert, really for being here. You know, we are part of the movement that we say no panel without women, but also no panel without men. You know, so good. This is parity. So, can I start by saying maybe some general things and going back to what Gilbert said. First of all, I have to say that gender equality is a very personal thing for me, because for all of us, probably it has been a journey, yes? We haven't read this in the books or in the studies or in the research. It has been a deeply and profound life experience, yes? And the first thing that I want to say is that I see a lot of progress. I think that we have to recognize that we can change reality, because the only way to mobilize people, yes, is if we really think that we can make the change. And I think that the women movement and gender equality has been an incredible force for change. And we have to recognize that, because that's the first thing, you know, for us to continue in this journey. Because it's true, you know, I have been the first woman in post all my life. Yes. I am the first woman head of UNCTAD, yes. 60 years, took 60 years, yes? So it's something to celebrate, but at the same time, as far as we continue counting with the fingers of our hands, we are not in equality yet, yes? We still say the first, the second, the third, and probably all the women that are here with me in this panel have gone through the same thing. So when we stop counting, then we will have equality. My second point is that we refer too often to women only as a vulnerable group. Yes? And I always say, we are not a vulnerable group. We are a group that has their rights vulnerable, but not the vulnerability of our rights is what makes the group vulnerable. It's not that we intrinsically are vulnerable. Yes? This is something that happens because our rights are not recognized or have been weakened. Yes? And this is important to have in mind because we need to see women as actors of transformation. And so, not as an afterthought in whatever we will do. So the first thing that we have to bring is women at the center of the discussion, of the policy making, of the mainstream. It's not like we do everything and, we have to think afterwards about women. So in this different attitude lies a lot of the importance of policy making. And so for that to happen, we have to be on the table. We have to be in the policy making sphere, yes? And that is not happening as much as we want, yes? Mia Motley was the only woman in Latin America and the Caribbean as head of government for a long time, yes? Now we have 3 women. But in the General Assembly last September, there were only 10 from 140-something that took the stage. Only 10 women did address the General Assembly. So we are still not there. So we cannot get tired on this journey. And my last point maybe here is the thing that we have to look, and I think, Gilbert, you put it very well, for the policy responses that we need to look at the demand side, but also at the supply side. So in the demand side, we need women to get into education. We need something that has happened. Even we are seeing now in some countries a reverse gap between men and women. So women are getting into education, but we need women getting into the STEM for the new transformations that are happening. So we need to close the digital gap. We need the care economy and the care society to take, hold, so there is reconciliation between work and family for men and women, not only for women, for men and women. Men also have the right to affection, So we need to do that, and the care economy is very important, but sometimes we stay in the demand side. And we neglect the supply side. Because if we prepare women for the new world and for the new economy, so they have to have a place to go. They have to have a place where they will insert themselves, yes? So the supply side has to be looked much more carefully. And there, obviously, Gilbert, what you said in terms of the work standards, the inclusion, the quality of the workplace is a huge thing for women to be able to get inserted in the labor market or in the economy, in the startups, in the small and medium-sized businesses, etc. So we need, but the other part, for most of our countries that we were talking about when this started, about the global supply chains and logistics, is the diversification of the economy. Because if we don't have where to go, we will continue to get to the low quality, low productivity jobs. So the thrive for open up the economy, for diversification, we talked about the seeds in terms of services and high knowledge-based services, how important that is for our growth and our sustainable growth. Well, we need that to happen so we can have the opportunities that women are looking for. And obviously, also in terms of businesses, here we gave 2 prizes to women, for innovation. They are really working hard for their innovation to be able to succeed and their enterprises to be able to succeed. Cristina is still here with us, Cristina Marin. Well, she was telling me, well, I have no finance. Yes, there are no sources of finance that I can get to. The numbers are striking. I will give you the numbers in the second part, but let's think about that. It's not only about the demand side. It's not only about preparing women. It's about having an economy that can get and open the opportunities for that demand side to match with the supply in the diversification, high-end financing of our businesses and the businesses that women have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Esti, for sharing your own perspectives. I mean, your own personal journey. And plus that highlighting, it's not just a one-side thing. We need to, it's a multifaceted issue. Not just the demand side, we also need to look at the supply side. I think another thing that you pointed out to us is that women needs to be at the center of policy making, not brought to the policy making as an afterthought. Once the policy is done, made, and said, now where are the women? Let's get them to say yes to this policy. And here I want to highlight something that you have championed among us at the UN Trade and Development is our E-Trade for All Women program. Because we always say that in the digital economies, there are enormous opportunities for women traders because they don't need a big brick and mortar shop. They will not be playing, they will not be paying the same discrimination in an online world. But then we found out very quickly it is not the case. Yes, there is a massive potential, but this potential is not realized. As you said, there's no finance. If a woman entrepreneur walks to a bank saying, I have a new idea of an online platform, and the first thing is a big rejection. So we then started to say, how do we get the women to be at the policy-making tables? So it's not a training program for women to do marketing, accounting, but it's a more mentoring program and to get women to the table where the policies are made. So I just want to highlight this point. It cannot be an afterthought to bring women to policy making. So thank you so much, SG. So let me now turn to Ms. Natalie Sandiford, President of the WIMAC Barbados Chapter, Maritime Transport Port, and you're a practitioner, you know what is on the ground. So Natalie, what are the unique challenges faced by women working in the maritime and port sectors? And how does WIMAC support them in overcoming these challenges? And as you know, the DG Gilbert mentioned, that's where the problem is, the transport sector, where we don't have the infusion of women coming on board. You have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, good morning again. Good morning, everyone, and let me just say thank you to UNTAD for inviting me here. Coming from the perspective of a maritime lawyer and also president of the Women in Maritime Association of the Caribbean Barbados chapter, I would say that one of the greatest challenges for women in the maritime sector is the biases and the barriers that exist in relation to how women are perceived in the maritime sector. The maritime sector is one where parts of employment, certain types of employment, are very labor intensive, and as a result, men are seen as stronger, and as such, they are, in some cases, regarded more highly valuable to the organization than the women who work there. And this situation sometimes translates into how disciplinary matters in maritime organizations are handled, where a woman makes a complaint against a male, sometimes because of that bias, she is perceived as the one who is making noise, or who is the, if there is a decision where disciplinary action is to be taken, sometimes it's very light on the man because the organization determines that they need his manpower there more than they need hers. So that's just one example. I think the biases also translate to whether women are seen as capable of being able to command certain roles. The Director General of the ILO, when he was speaking, he gave us the numbers, he gave us the figures. It is great that women in supply chains are now making up a large percentage of the workforce. However, when we drill down to the maritime sector, we see that women's representation is still incredibly low. And I think that can be addressed by perhaps having at the international level, a gender-specific treaty or convention, if you may, that in one place addresses the challenges that women face or that the genders face in the maritime sector, and one that speaks specifically to achieving gender parity in the maritime sector. I think we sit here and we know what we have to do. We have programs in place. We have many of them. We have many organizations that are dedicated to advancing the presence and the participation of women in the maritime sector. We have the WEMAs created by the IMO. We have the WISTAs. But another challenge that we face, and I find this in my capacity as president of the Barbados WEMAC, is that we need funding. It's great to have programs in place. It's great to have these mentorship programs. It's great to have these networking opportunities. But in order to pursue these initiatives that have been either developed or that have been identified, we need to have the funding. Even if the funding is there, we also have to look at how those funding opportunities are communicated to stakeholders. In some cases, there is a lack of trickle down of important information that makes certain initiatives possible. So that is my view.
Thank you so much, Natalie, for highlighting these very important points. You said, yes, you can do things at the ground level, but you also need the international support. And you said about international guidelines, agreements, code of conduct around women in maritime transport. I think these are good points because this is the action points that we want to collect here. And financing has come up as an issue, and I think it's a whole forum for the last 3 days. Everybody talked about financing, and we talked about the cost of capital is immensely and exorbitantly higher for developing countries than developed countries. And it is not because we are risky, but it is because the international financial system, the moment you say it's a developing country asking for a loan, you know, the risk numbers start going up for no reason. So I think this has been discussed a lot, financing, investment, cost of capital. So these are very, very important points. So let me now turn to Ms. Anne-Marie Vandenberg, Assistant Secretary General for Supply Chain Management, OSCM procurement in the UN, and you are really the boots on the ground on supply chain issues for us. Because we know the theory and we know how to write reports, but you are on the ground and you see the reality. So what specific initiatives or policies has OSCM implemented to promote gender diversity and inclusion within global supply chains?
Thank you. Okay, that's too much. Good morning, first of all, and thank you to all the Barbadians and, of course, DG UNCTAD for organizing this forum. I think it has been a very special experience, and I'm grateful I was invited to join. I also want to thank you, Rebecca, for your opening remarks just now, because indeed, this has been a personal journey for a lot of us, and I totally echo your sentiments in this regard. Now, before I talk a little bit more about the gender aspects of what we do, I wanted to dive just for 1 minute into who we are, because I suspect that most of you don't even know we exist and have never realized why we even should exist. So I run the Office of Supply Chain Management in the United Nations Secretariat in the headquarters. And what we do is we service the UN presence around the globe with supply chain services, so goods and services that all the entities on the ground need to actually implement their mandates in the different countries around the world. You may not have realized until now that there's actually a need for that. And if you think about who these clients are that we service.
So we can hear you
better.
Better? Yes.
It sounds very loud for me. Okay, so the clients that we service, they work in deep field locations around the world. They're peacekeeping operations that provide protection of civilian mandates in very deep areas, in very hard to reach areas of countries where there is no infrastructure, there's high levels of insecurity. But we also support special political missions, the RC offices that we have in more than 130 countries, offices away from headquarters, Nairobi, in Chile, and also the Economic Commission. So it's a broad spectrum of support, and we provide around 40 different types of categories, ranging from IT equipment, vehicles, food, rations, fuel, aviation services. So it's a lot of stuff that fortunately you don't have to think about. But what I want to highlight, and even though if we look at volume, we spend about $3 billion a year on UN procurement, public procurement of UN spend. We move about 125,000 tons of cargo, and we move around 100,000 people. So it may not be much, but looking at the locations where we deliver those services, we feel the same pain that you feel when you do your supply chain work. We are equally impacted by supply chain disruptions, by COVID, by the costs. Same issues, same issue also for the gender equality. Our supply chain is not gender equal. If I look at our headquarters, we're good. It's a nice duty station. We're about 40, 60, so we're doing good. As I go further down the chain and I get to faraway places, it's what? 99.1? 98.2. So a few years ago, we started looking into how we can improve that. So we started an initiative funded by the Canadian government. It's called the Elsie Initiative, and it's named after Elsie McGill, who was the first Canadian engineer, first aircraft designer, and a women's rights activist. So what we did is we looked at the conditions on the ground of where the women would work. And I, listening to all of you during the week about seafarers, they're on a ship, they work and live in one place. If we go to a peacekeeping compound in the deep field, you work and live in the same place. So the similarities are huge. So what we did in the LC initiative, we looked at how to make the environment in those camps more welcoming, more inclusive, to bring a larger number of women into those camps, because at the end of the day, we wanted also women peacekeepers to actually face the people on the ground that they were helping. So we redesigned the compounds, making the accommodation facilities more gender sensitive, not even just for women, it became gender sensitive for both genders in terms of accommodation, bathrooms, medical facilities, recreational facilities, communication, so people can communicate with home, etc., etc. The number of women in peacekeeping is now slowly on the rise. So we think we did well. We still have a long way to go, but we're making a difference by just creating a different working environment. Just moving, and I don't know if I can speak more, I have another area where, as in our work, where we kind of make some changes to including women in the supply chain, and that would be in the procurement area. And happy to continue talking if I have more time. So in the procurement area, as I said, we spend about $3 billion a year, and we have to follow the United Nations financial regulations and rules, which have been mandated by 193 member states. So we cannot say we're going to do something for women-owned businesses, or we're going to do something for this country or that country. We have to be fair and transparent. So we're not like a country. An individual country can say, you know what, we have such an uneven playing field, let's put some quotas, and we give 20, 30% of our public procurement in this country to women-owned businesses. We cannot do that. So our area of leverage to bring in more women into those supply chains in procurement is our vendor outreach. It's the only area where we can make an impact by trying to bring more women-owned businesses, making them aware of what the market is that we buy in, making them aware of how to register, how to participate in a bid, and how to try and win a contract. So we have been working together in different partnerships with UN Women, with the ITC She Trades, with We Connect, and we do a lot of business seminars for women-owned businesses to make them aware, to train them, and to get them on board. We did increase the number of women-owned businesses that registered with the UN as a vendor from less than 200 in 3 years ago to over 40,000 today. It's a huge jump. If I look at the corresponding spend that we do on women-owned businesses, it doubled, but it doubled from about 30 million to 60 million. And as I mentioned, we do $3 billion a year. So it's a small piece of the total. It's on the rise, but it's a small piece. And we need to really bring more women-owned businesses into this whole chain in order to level the playing field. So I'll keep it to that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, bringing the boots on the ground experience and the most difficult places, on earth. And let me now turn to Ms. Nad Ariati, the Global Advisor for Women in Logistics and Transport, WILAT, from Ghana, and she has been a real champion of pushing trade facilitation forward in Ghana. You have the floor now. So let me give you the question. In your specific field, what are the challenges that women usually face, and what has WILAT done to address these? And I know you have lots of experience in this area.
Thank you, Shamika. And thank you, UNCTAD, once again for inviting me to be part of this panel. when we are talking about women in logistics, let me just share a small story. In 2010, the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport held its usual annual conference in Malta. So we got ready and attended that conference. The night before the conference would start, we had a reception where we saw women, and we all enjoyed ourselves, networking, talking. Then the following morning we came into the conference room. The room was packed, but only 4 women. Where did the women go? We were asking ourselves, we were only 4. One from Hong Kong, one from New Zealand, the other from Nigeria, and myself from Ghana. Where are all the women? They came on the ticket of their spouses, and so they've gone on their own program and were not delegates of the conference. So, wow, this is... To say that a big conference like this, global one, only 4 women. So my colleague from Nigeria said, nah, this is bad. Only 4 of us here. We need to do something. So at the lunch break, we met, the 4 women met, and we talked about it and decided that, okay, you all go back to your countries and go and sensitize the women there and bring them to the understanding, the awareness that there is an industry where opportunities and benefits are and you can be a part. To cut a long story short, today, 10 years after, WILAT, Women in Logistics and Transport, which is a forum of the Chartered Institute of Logistics, the women's wing, is in about 35 territories, a global one, with over 35,000 individual members and working very hard to bring more women into logistics and transport. Now, WILAT, as we call it for short, bases its whole agenda on 4 principles or 4 thrusts: leadership, empowerment, and the other one is, the other 2, I should say, leadership, empowerment, entrepreneurship, and mentorship. I don't know why it escaped me. But mentorship is key, entrepreneurship, leadership, and empowerment. Why did we choose this main thrust? Because we felt that for women to be a part of an organization or to be a part of the industry that we serve, logistics and transport are key to every economy. Now, our women must be part of this economy. It's the backbone of every country's economy, logistics and transport. And women must be seen to be playing their role. Apart from alleviating poverty, etc., it's for them to grow into leadership, to be mentored into leadership, to be able to be part of the policy-making decisions, and that they are central to whatever is happening in their industry. So let me say, for a country like Ghana, let me use Ghana. It will be easier for me to use Ghana. What is happening in Ghana? Are women really in the industry? Of late, I am seeing that more women are beginning to understand that they are not limited. They are not limited because I don't see the men stopping the women from going where they want to go. I see that sometimes we women ourselves, we are scared to move forward. We think, no, this is not a place that I should go. But the door is open. And in Ghana, we are encouraging the women to be part of this industry. And from the WILAT perspective, we do hold a lot of seminars, workshops, training programs. And on the global, WILAT has actually built or established what we call Willard Capacity Building Centers that incorporates training programs for the youth and for senior managers. And this is working fine to break barriers. Right now, we see the young ones coming up and very, very interested in the industry. 2 weeks ago, we had what we call Stars of Willard. Stars of Willard is referring to the young ones coming up, young women coming up, having gone through a mentorship program and are ready to take on the mantle. And when we invited them to interview these young women, I could see their enthusiasm. And as we talked to them, what do you intend to do when you are made a star of Willard, as an ambassador for Willard in the logistics sector? There were so many things they shared. Young women as young as 28, maximum 30, and were very enthusiastic. One said, I work in the health and safety environment within the port sector in Sri Lanka. And she's so proud that she's the only woman there at a young age, and she's able to climb mobile cranes and, she's like, wow. She feels very proud that she's able to do that, and she's the only one at that particular time within her department, the only young lady doing that, and she's able to go to the field. The other one is a young maritime lawyer, an advisor. She doesn't work only in the maritime, but she also works within the air. And we see young women, truck drivers. That's unusual. But they are happy doing that work. It's challenging. I see that with the training and mentorship programs that Willard is giving out and the call to leadership, it's encouraging the younger ones to come into the industry boldly and courageously, and that they can break barriers and they can climb the ladder. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, can I say, I think we need more programs like yours, being upscaled and scaled up to the rest of the world. I mean, you said you saw one woman who is capable of riding a crane, mobile crane. Let me tell you, our SG is that woman yesterday. She was the only woman who went up the crane at the port. Thank you so much. Let me now move to Ms. Milaika Capella Ras. She's the General Manager of the Caribbean Shipping Association. So here is another practitioner where we really need the support. How does the International Chamber of Shipping engage with member companies to promote gender equality policies and practices within their organizations?
Hi, good morning. It's for me a pleasure to be here and sharing this podium with these esteemed speakers this morning. The ICS is engaging very well with its companies' members that has different initiatives to help and promote the gender equality in the maritime and shipping industry. One of the, they did they call it an ICS Diversity Tracker. It's a study that they did among 200 companies in the shipping industry to see how they are doing with regards to gender equality. And it is a pity to see that we see some improvement, but those improvements are very little at this point, so there is so much work to do. So, for example, if you see the numbers they highlighted in this report, that 7.5% of the seafarers are women. Only 7.5%, so that's not so much. And besides that, you have 30% of the companies that were surveyed, only 30% of them hired women in important position in the company, like in board position. So it's very, very low. So there are still work to do, but they continue to work very hard to promote this. They have collaboration with the WISTA to promote trainings and leadership program under the women, so to prepare these women to assume important roles in the companies and in the maritime and shipping industry. And other than that, so additionally, we can also say that they collaborate with the IMO. Last Friday, we celebrate International Women in Maritimes Day. So congratulations to all the women that work in the shipping and maritime industry. So this is like to do more awareness in the maritime industry to promote this and to have that companies are more aware and they work on policies, because I think that's very, very important that we work on the policies to have transparent recruitment process and that it is fair and unbiased. I think that's important. And it's not only for women, but I believe it's for men too. So we need to have the right for everybody to treat the same way, to get the same treatment and to get the same opportunity. For that is very important, and that is what I truly believe, that we need to work on those policies that will help companies and help those women and help everybody that works in those companies to have like the equal treatment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for bringing this issue of developing same opportunities for men and women, and a lot more work needs to be done in the policy area for this work. So let me, I see my colleague there, Mark Asaf. Let me tell you that we have a port program, port training program. I think many of your countries are involved in this port training program, and we just take countries through every aspect of port management, and we make sure that when we do capacity building work, we make sure that it is a 50-50, gender balanced groups. And here is Mark. Mark, you have to wave your hand up, and that's a real gender champion there. Thank you, Mark. SG, let me bring you back again to say, what has UN Trade and Development been doing to promote gender equality and women empowerment in the global supply chains?
Yeah, okay. Well, let me talk about 4 things that we are doing. You have mentioned already 2 of them. First of all, our program...
You can mention them again, that's good.
Yes. One is the E-Trade program for women. But I want to highlight one of the characteristics of this program. So we choose women that have made it happen in the digital e-trade sphere and that have been successful. But we don't speak for them. We bring them in. And that's a difference of the program. It's not that we go and we study what they did and what was successful, but we give them a platform for them to speak to the global community. So we take them to the conferences, to the gatherings, to the UN, to the business forums, so they can speak and tell their story. And what has happened is, because this is a leadership program, in fact, they become really acquainted with what is happening with the global, realities. And what has happened with this program is that they have been called many times by their governments to help the government make the norms and standards and policies for e-trade, because they have become more visible and their leadership has been more recognized. So it is important to think that when we talk about programs for women, it's not us talking about them, it's them taking the stage. And I think that that is very important. And the other day, they were in Geneva. It was amazing, the inspiration that we got for these women, talking for themselves, their leadership, their thrive, what they have achieved, and what they are doing in their countries. So this is one of the key programs that we are doing, and it's in Shamika's shop. So really thank you very much, because it has been very, very successful. And we are part, obviously, of the She Trade program that ITC, with ITC and WTO, that is a very important program. The second thing is data. We know that we cannot measure the contribution of women to trade because data is very bad. So we have developed a statistical guideline to measure gender in trade, together with the Economic Commission for Europe and the Economic Commission for Africa. And so we are trying now for that guideline to really get into the statistical, a normal way of measuring and bringing the data, so we will have better data in terms of gender contribution to trade. This is very important. The gaps in data are terrible, and it's very difficult to take policies or to make policies without data, and it's very difficult to convince leaders that this is an important thing because we don't have the data. So data is very important. The third thing we are doing, you have referred to it, Shamika, is the port training, where more women are coming into the management and also the operations. And Nan, you talked about that, yes, in terms of women coming more into the supply chain, into the management. Now, I went into, I climbed a crane also in Panama, and we went to see the operation. There were more women in management, and in a very sophisticated, environment. And I saw more women operators also of big equipment. But the training opportunities and the opening the space is very important. And you are right, the aspirational part of women. We internalize discrimination, and sometimes the glass ceiling is in our head. Yes, not only outside in the concrete space. So I think that the sponsorship is very important, and the role model, to show women from a very early age that they can do whatever they decide to do, is if they put their effort into it, and we will have to take away the obstacles for it. But the port management, and Mark, thank you so much, is a very, very successful one. And the last thing we do, and here I want to give you some numbers. We work a lot with cross-border informal traders. And let me give you some numbers about Africa. According to the African Development Bank, Gilbert, you know about this very well. Informal cross-border trade provides income to about 43% of Africa's population. Cross-border trade provides 43% for families, for 43% of the population of Africa. So it's a very important thing. And 80% of the cross-border traders are women, 80%, to provide for their families, the basic income. So it's very important to work with this population because they face everything. The harassment, the sexual harassment at the border, the extraction of income because they are informal and they cannot defend themselves. So the trade facilitation at the border, the digitalization at the border, the training of the informal traders to use digital to be able to do the trade is a very important thing for this income generation women that are so important for the economy of Africa, but in many of our countries, we find exactly the same. So our work with informal workers, trade, cross-border trade workers is very important. So in all these 4 programs, I think that we have established ourselves, we are doing very well. What we now are trying to do, and we had an expert meeting not long ago, is how we jump a step also in terms of our policies for trade and gender. And here, what all the experts told us is what I said at the beginning. We need the diversification of the economy, and making that diversification happen, opening opportunities for women. Because that is something where UNCTAD, because we are an economy, in a way, in an economy organization, yes? It's trade, it's investment, it's financing, what has to come into play, and the productive diversification, so we can really help in opening up our economies to better opportunities for all, but also better opportunities for women. So that's what we are working on right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, SG, for highlighting these 4 areas of work that we do. As you also said, the problem we have is we need to massively scale up this work, and we have enormous amount of requests from member states, but we are unable to roll out to everyone because these are resource-intensive areas, but the impacts are huge. As you said, when the advisors for the e-commerce, e-trade women advisors come to town, half my division tells me, okay, now we need to quit. We need to start a business. We are because they are being inspired by these women entrepreneurs that come, and every time they come, I have an issue thinking, okay, I'm going to lose half my division. So let me turn to Natalie. I think you started to talk a little bit about this. What do you think are the untapped opportunities for women in maritime transport and port operations? You started to talk a bit. Can you expand on it?
Thank you. In the maritime sector, I would say that some of the untapped opportunities for women include seafaring jobs. Women are tremendously, as I mentioned before, underrepresented in seafaring jobs. And I think part of this is because many people do not know a lot about the maritime sector. When we survey, or when we ask people, or when we are engaging with the public about what WEMAC does, for instance, people ask, well, what's WEMAC? Women in Maritime, what's maritime? There is a lack of general knowledge, unfortunately, about the maritime sector and what it does. And then, specifically as it relates to seafaring jobs, lots of women are unable to envision themselves in the role of a seafarer. Now, I think at one point, women were largely underrepresented in the aviation sector. There were not many female pilots. However, as we grow, many of us can say that by the time we reach a certain age, we've been on a plane. We've seen what a pilot does. So many young girls have the opportunity to aspire to become pilots. However, in the maritime sector, because of the security around ports and so on, it's very difficult for women to access ships. Young girls are unable to visualize themselves commanding a ship. And that, I just want to take this opportunity to speak about one of our initiatives. We, in the Barbados chapter, have developed an innovative program called Girls in Blue, which, as the Secretary General mentioned when she was speaking, it is important to bring these ideas to young women from as early as possible. Education is important. And so we've developed this Girls in Blue program, which we hope to implement soon, which will see maritime education being taught in schools as from early as 5 years old as an extracurricular activity. And along with the practical side, which would include history of the maritime sector, a little bit about trade and law and different policies in the maritime sector and so on. There will also be a practical side where we will be trying to engage with local stakeholders to allow the participants in this program to do a tour of the port, do a tour of the Coast Guard facility, have an opportunity to go out on a boat. We also have to ensure that the legislation that we have is also enabling to the programs which we put in place. For instance, in certain jurisdictions, you have situations where young people as early as 12 years old can obtain a sailing license, whereas in some jurisdictions that may not be the case. So we have to also look at, when we come up with these wonderful initiatives, that our legislation also allows us to give effect to the objectives which we're trying to achieve. Another area which I think is untapped for women in the maritime sector is innovation, technology and innovation. A lot of women, unfortunately, are not as yet pursuing those areas in the maritime sector, like developing the new technologies, charting the way to the use of digital twins, developing solutions for port challenges for facing the port sector, and so on. And inspired by UNCTAD's recent innovation challenge, we have also launched our own innovation challenge. Yes, we have. We have launched an innovation challenge inviting women and women-led businesses to submit proposals for challenges facing the maritime sector. Challenges such as disaster resilience in ports, charting the way for a cleaner, greener supply chain, things like sustainable fisheries, sustainable fishing practices, and that is out there. So if anyone here is interested in submitting a proposal, you can find out more details about that. However, it must be applicable to Barbados, and so you would have to team up with somebody in Barbados to submit that proposal. However, you are welcome. You're welcome. Welcome to do that.
Thank you so much, Natalie. I think this is exactly what we wanted from the forum, the things that we begin here, that will be taken up by everyone. So I'm telling all of you, one of the things we are going to do from now until the next supply chain forum in Saudi Arabia in 2026, we are going to collect the actions that you have taken after you leave this forum. So keep us informed, and we will, bring this together and present this at in Saudi Arabia. So let me now turn to Anne-Marie. So you already started to talk to us about some examples, some successful, some extremely difficult examples, difficult situations within which you work. Can you share with us a good practice that you have seen? What can be replicated by others? Especially in the enhancing opportunities for women in the supply chain area.
Thank you for that question. I think the first example I gave earlier on the facilitation of accommodation, the work and living environment of women is something that can easily be replicated in terms of everyone looking at their own work environment and how women are received. How are they welcomed? Are they inclusive? Are there certain things that could be done differently? And just to think, because I spoke about a peacekeeping compound, and remember, if you think about a peacekeeping compound, you'll picture male soldiers with blue helmets, right? So if you have only male in a certain location, the design of everything is male-oriented. So, and I think everyone in this room can look at their own environment and see what would a woman do differently in this environment to make it more welcoming and inclusive. I think that's something everyone can take away. In terms of I want to just go a little bit more on the procurement side, because I indicated that we are bound by financial regulations and rules of the UN, and then we also have all these policies that are out there, right? When it comes to things we need to achieve. And sometimes these things are at odds, so we need to be creative with how we implement policy. And when we say, you know, globally there is direction to make the world equal for men and women, equal opportunity, equal chances to do what you really want to do and have the opportunity to do so, how does that work in practice? I talked about reaching out to women-owned businesses, and that's kind of a direct option for us to say we have a certain share in the market, we want to reach out to women-owned businesses, but we cannot put in the tender that we want to award to a women-owned business, right? So, but we can increase the awareness of those women-owned businesses that the market is there. And that can also then apply for these organizations to say, oh, there must be other markets, where can I go? And I think the one initiative where we work together with the She Trades initiative is that we are now working with our existing contractors for them to go and subcontract women-owned businesses wherever they can, right? And again, this is something that everyone in the room can replicate. Can you find women-owned businesses that somehow you can integrate into your work, whether you're in a port, whether you're in customs, whether you're somewhere else? There are organizations out there, small, medium, bigger ones, run by women, that are happy to help. Everyone can find them.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing these practicalities and things we can all do. I think this is very, very important. You know, how do we go from here to this next place, which is a much better place for all of us? DG, I know that I'm not coming to you because you have given the keynote speech, but if ever you want to intervene on this women-dominated panel, please put your hand up, and you will get your chance. Now, can I then turn to you now? We also want to know, because you've done a lot of work, not just with the private sector, but you also have, you know, worked with the government, the public sector, and has moved things forward. What worked in that arena? Because this is another area that everybody has been talking in the trade facilitation area. You know, how do we move the many government agencies in the same direction? You know, what are your lessons? What's your experience?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I've worked in the public sector with the Ghana Shippers Authority. Whilst I was there, I served on the National Trade Facilitation Committee. Now, my work at that time was to deal with shippers, importers, and exporters. And we dealt with both the small, the medium, and the large-scale entrepreneurs. What we did most of the time was to ensure that they understood trends in the shipping industry. Because as importers, they imported things, and not all the time did their business go well. Be it exporters or importers, they had issues. Now it was for us to teach and train them on what to expect within the shipping industry. How can they get their goods or their shipment over if they are exporting? And if they are importing, what are the methods, the procedures they must follow so that their transactions either do not delay or are not lost at sea, or the short shipment? So we dealt with issues of damage to cargo, short shipment, high prices, you know, and then with the middlemen, when I say middle, I'm referring to the logistics service providers, who are maybe the ports, the freight forwarders or clearing agents, basically on charges, because sometimes the charges were just too, overboard. Be it port charges, be it freight forwarders, their charges, or even maritime administration charges passed on to the shipper. These were problems. And for us, we played the role of facilitating the trade to make it easier and simplified for these business people. My role at that time was to ensure that even the small who wants to import or who wants to export whatever they have the opportunity to do so. And so we were encouraging them in export procedures and how they can take advantage of the openings brought by the government. We also trained them on government procedures and policies that came out, be it on the national scene, on the regional scene, or on the international scene. It was very important that they knew of policies going out so that they do not fall prey to anything, or for lack of knowledge, they may have issues. So these are some of the things that we did to facilitate the work for them and to assist them in their trading transactions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Na. Thank you, Na, for this insight of how you manage the governmental operations too. Let me now turn to Milaika. Milaika, you started talking about so much work to do, especially in the seafarers area. You said only 7.5% of seafarers are women. Have you seen good practices and have you seen good initiatives that you can share with us that we can replicate and scale? But after that, I know that I am supposed to close, but since you have been so patiently listening, I'm going to open up for a few questions and then we give it to our eminent panelists. And first we start with the DG, yes. DG, please get ready. You can summarize what all the women said and say whether you agree with them or not. Malaka, I think we will start with her.
Yes, so thank you for the question. I think we have seen many good initiatives in this direction. And just 4 days ago, with my colleague here beside me, the WEMAC, we launched a mentorship program with the CSA. So the CSA and the WEMAC partner up for a mentorship program. And with this program, we pair professional women in leadership position to be the mentor for women that wants to, maybe that glass ceiling that we have imaginary in our head, we can break this and we can have these women improving in their work and have in the future leadership position as their mentor. So that's something that we just launched a few days ago. And I believe as an organization at the Caribbean Shipping Association, I'm a testament of the commitment of our organization because it was run for many years by men. And 5 years ago, they hired me as a general manager of this company. And not only that, but we see a great development in the organization because women are having important position in the Council of the Caribbean Shipping Association and also in other commitments, committees that we have, like the Cruise Committee, Security Committee, so they are more involved in that. But more important, we put money through our training trust funds in leadership programs and trainings for the women in the industry. So that's some of our initiatives that we are doing right now. And I think we have like an responsibility, all of us have a responsibility in this room. So it's not specifically in the maritime industry, but in all organizations, we have that responsibility to put this as a high priority on our agenda. And because in our organization, all our conferences has sessions that are well balanced with professional women and lead women that have an important role in their companies that are part of the part of the conference in sessions, and all what we do, we put the women as an important part of our organization. So that's some of our initiatives, and I encourage all of you to do the same, because it's how we start. Then we go and work on the policies, because that's important too, but then we will keep repeating the same thing. So if we can start in our own company, we will see much more improvement in the future.
Thank you so much. DG, I give you the floor.
Thank you so much. For me, it's been quite very fascinating hearing all those testimonies. Fascinating, but not surprising, I have to say very, very clearly. And we certainly concur with the positive vibe that we see from the panel, but also from the room. Since you gave me the floor, I want to bring one dimension which maybe we didn't cover that much. We know that currently the negotiations are still ongoing with the famous pandemic deal in WHO. And we know the sticking point, right? And we hope that there will be an agreement soon. But I just want to use the opportunity that we tend to forget that in this pandemic, a big dimension depends on the supply chain, depends on the maritime business. So whatever we could do to also ensure that in this deal, we take into account the working condition, because at the end of the day, the more we look into the working condition, the easier we create the opportunities for advancing the gender equality challenge that we are doing. So I just want to use that to make a plea for those of you that can still contribute to ensure that the working conditions at sea are also taken into account on this deal. It will be quite a big way forward.
Thank you, DG. This is a very important issue that no one thought about until COVID-19 hit us. And then we started to wake up to the reality. The whole reality of supply chains, because this is not something that we discussed, because supply chains was functioning well. And it was like the blood circulatory system. When everything is functioning well, we are not thinking about it. But if there is a blood clot, then we are in real bad shape. We are in the emergency room. And that's what happened to us in COVID-19. So this we need to internalize and to make sure that we don't get stuck again in the coming next crisis. So I'm going to open the floor to a few questions, and please, and then I will let you decide what you want to answer, and we close. Please, anyone wants to take the floor? Okay, please.
Take the first question.
Hi.
You please introduce yourself and then ask the question.
Yeah, my name is Austin Becker. I'm the chair of the Department of Marine Affairs at the University of Rhode Island. And, you know, I think there are a few of us academics here in the audience. I think there's a lot of opportunities for universities to play a role in this space of helping to bridge women into these sectors and into these careers. And I think we tend to think of universities as places to go for graduate degrees or for undergraduate degrees, but they can play another type of role in bridging with industry and with agencies through things like creating directed studies where students can get credit for doing internships, for example, or students can do small research projects that can help further the goals of companies or agencies. And I'm curious if any of you can comment on other ways that you have engaged with universities in this particular area, and things that we might think about at the University of Rhode Island and in my department in particular, but also maybe in the business school and the supply chain department, other ways that we might be able to play a role in helping in this area.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me take a couple of more questions and then we come back to our panelists. I think there was somebody on that side. Yes, please.
If you would just please stand up so we can identify you.
Here.
Okay, here we go.
Sorry, I can ask one for the Director General. You've talked a lot about new social contract, which is, I think it's quite inspirational, and actually even Secretary General Guterres has also been talking about that. So I wonder, could you just give us a little bit of insight, just at a fairly high level, what does this new social contract entail? Are we talking about workers? Are we talking about in terms of the benefits for countries more generally? And what does that mean for gender and diversity and so on? Thanks.
So thank you. Can I go back to our panelists, please? You please put your hand up and.
Maybe let me start so colleagues can correct what I say wrong. First of all, I'm sure several of us will come back to the point raised by the colleague from Rhode Island University. I'm going by memory, and we can follow up on it bilateral. The colleagues from I don't know if there are some colleagues from IMO in the room. I know colleagues from the IMO, and together with ILO, we're working together, and there's some dimension where I believe there were discussions about cooperation with academics on that. So we certainly can follow up on that, particularly as related to the labor conditions within the seafarers in the industry. And together also, of course, with what I mentioned in my introductory remark, the trade union organizations and the employers organization, the transport industry. So we can follow up also on bilateral to double check and get back to you as well. And now back to the point on the social contract. It's clear to me that, first of all, yes, as part of the OCA, the Secretary General, our common agenda, and when I look at it from International Labor Organization perspective, and to me, the discussion we're having today is a perfect example of what I call the structural imbalances in our living together, both from economic as well as social dimension. The COVID pandemic has also shown, we all know, when I was living in Italy, when in Europe we were vaccinated at 70–80%. In some countries, barely 10% have access to the vaccine. Today, we still doesn't matter how all the effort in context of the SDGs. We know that 800 million people are struggling to secure a day, 1 meal a day. On that, although we have 30% of food produced that have been lost. On that, we know that you have 250 million people that are working, yet at the end of the month, not in working 40–50 hours a week, yet at the end of the month, not able to pay their electricity bill. On that, I can go on. We talk about the supply chain here. It's very clear that I keep saying that this, and I hope I was clear also in my introductory remark. This has created, millions of jobs, has helped a lot of countries moving out of poverty, moving the population out of poverty. We got to support the growth in the supply chain. At the same token, and particularly since COVID, we know that there are much more child labor, We know there are much more forced labor and modern slavery, particularly when it comes to in some mines and critical mineral and etc. on that. So my point is that sooner or later, we need to sit together to redefine, we say in French, le vivre ensemble, our common life on this planet Earth. And this is what I'm saying, that it is a need for us to think about a new or a renewed social contract. You know, when we talk about 20% pay gap between women and men, I mean, it's sad. 10 years, it's still more or less 23%. So we have barely progressed by 3 points. And the problem's still there today. So either we continue like this, and then we'll be reacting to different crises, reacting to geopolitical crises, reacting to social crises, or we take our responsibility and trying to sit down and redefine the terms of our sharing planet Earth.
Thank you so much. You want to say something? Anybody else in the panel? If not, yeah, please. Natalie, please.
I will address the question on how our organizations are interacting with tertiary education institutions. So WeMap Barbados chapter, we have a quarterly webinar series where we bring together professionals from around the maritime industry, not only in Barbados, but across the globe, in order to speak about pertinent topics facing the industry. Our recent webinar, we had one of the professors from World Maritime University join us, and in our future webinars, we hope that we would have some academics engaging with us as well. We also look to undertake research in conjunction with universities, as well as engage with them through other initiatives. So that is something to give some thought about. One of the things that we have on our radar as well is we're trying to get to a point where we can support a scholarship opportunity for a female who is looking to pursue studies in the maritime field. So,
Much.
yes.
SG, you have the last word.
No, I wanted to follow a little bit on what Gilbert said, that I subscribe completely, linking it to the Summit of the Future that is going to happen in September in the surroundings of the General Assembly. And maybe a few words about that, because the UN has, and the Secretary General has led this Summit of the Future. And in the Summit of the Future, there are several aspects of this new contract, social contract, at the global level. Yeah, because the social contract at the national level is very specific to the characteristics of each country. Yeah, the inequalities or gaps that you have in some countries are different. Some are with indigenous people. Some are based on race. Some are based on economic inequality. So the social contract inside the countries have to be led by the countries themselves. But they are aspects of the social contract at the global level that we have to think about. Yes, and that's what I think Gilbert was referring also to. And in the Summit of the Future, we have some elements of it. One of it is the international financial architecture that the PM of Barbados has led a lot of the voice also in that respect. Yes, we have a financial system that doesn't allow for the countries to be able to do what they have to do to be able to reach the SDGs. Yes, so there are obstacles that come from a systemic nature. And that needs also a social contract at the level of the countries, of the intergovernmental spaces that we need to to have for that to happen. So three aspects that I think that are important where UNCTAD has been an important partner in the proposals for the Summit of the Future have been the international financial architecture, because our countries have to have the conditions to be able to do the long-term investment for diversification, for inclusion, and for sustainability. If not, we won't be able to make it happen. And right now, just for us to know, there is a reverse flow of financing from the south to the north. Right now, you know, the payments that we do in our debt are higher than the loans and the new money that we are getting. So we are, resource scarce, financial resource scarce countries. If the flow goes in the wrong direction, we won't be able to to do whatever we need to do. And for the small island developing states that, we heard the ministers of transport, here, this is a very, very vital thing because of the climate change, because of the adaptation demands that these countries have. So the new international social contract has to consider a financing system that will be able to support inclusivity, sustainability, and prosperity in our country. So that I think that is a very important part of the new social contract. The other one that the Secretary General has very much pushed for is the whole issue of digital. There is a huge opportunity here for digital to help development, to help inclusivity, to help sustainability, but it won't happen automatically. The gaps are getting wider, also between men and women, actually. The gaps are getting wider, and also there is this new element of the artificial intelligence. That is something that needs governance, and UNCTAD has written a lot about it, data governance and the inequalities and gaps that we face, in the concentration in the industry, yes, that is amazing. So also this issue of the digital compact is a very important part of the social contract for the future. And the third issue is how we measure development. And here also we need to think about it. As long as we continue to measure development also by GDP, we will take the wrong policy decisions. Because, in the pandemic, we experienced that, countries that lost in 1 year of pandemic, 10 years of social progress. So we ask ourselves, we are measuring this wrongly, yes? If you lose 10 years in 1 year of difficulties, there is something wrong in the way we have measured progress. So we have put forward this beyond GDP initiative that will measure progress, not to substitute the GDP indicator, but to put the other dimensions on it. And the vulnerability part that the seats precisely have brought to the table is a very important part of it. It's not, many of the seats are high-income countries or middle-income countries. But, GDP doesn't mean anything when a hurricane wipes off, several years of GDP. So vulnerability, the social contract, Gilbert, here, what are the measurements? What is it that we need to look at to really make the social contract a living thing, so we know what is really happening to people and not only to the measurement of the GDP. And I think that these three issues, at least there are other issues, that are in the peace and security is also part of it, and obviously the SDGs. But these three things should be part of the new global social contract that we need to put together to really be able to have a more prosperous and sustainable future for all, not leaving anybody behind. Thank you.
Thank you, SG. These are fitting words to the end of our panel discussion. Do not leave anyone behind, and keep your eye open for the Summit of the Future. Watch the UN spaces and try to see how you can contribute to this process. And a lot depends, a lot of our future depends on these processes. So let me now say a thank you to all the panelists, and it's an amazing panel. Please give a big hand to our panel. So please go grab some water and then come back here. We are closing in about 15 minutes. And that
Thank you so much.
ceremony to close. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all of our panelists, and we will take a short break, and we will expect everyone back in the room at the latest by 11:30. We will resume. So we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back to resume at 11:30. Thank you all so much. Welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue now with the presentation of outcomes to the plenary. And the Global Supply Chain Forum 2024 was organized by UNCTAD and the Government of Barbados. We're going to focus now on key insights, best practices, and outcomes. The session will be moderated once again by Shamika Suramani, and she's joined on stage now, ladies and gentlemen, by the team from UNCTAD. Frida Youssef, Jaime Mendoza, Mark Asaf, Paul Hansen, Regina Asoriotis, and Jan Hoffman. Mr. Ramani, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Belle. I don't know how you do it. You do it so well from the beginning to the last session today. So now we are at the end. And this is a very happy moment for us because it has been an extremely successful forum for us. And it is also a sad moment for us. And we are leaving our friends and partners, and then we go our own ways. So let me say that when the Prime Minister said that she would want UNCTAD to do a supply chain seminar, that's what she said. She said she wants us to come to Barbados and do a supply chain seminar because the supply chain issues were so dire at that time of COVID-19 when we had our UNCTAD 15. And from a seminar, we have gone to a global forum, and the intention or the objective was to have 300 people coming here. And let me tell you, we had 1,200 participants at this forum. And over 900 of them were here from across the world. And we have 207 speakers and 85 women and 122 men. Not a bad gender balance there. It's much better than the 7.5% of seafarers who are women. And we had 12 heads and deputies of international organizations. We have 15 ministers, and we have the private sector here, the academia here, all the stakeholders here, the chambers of commerce. And remember, the story was to talk about supply chain inclusivity, sustainability, and resilience. So what we are going to do, this session will happen in two parts. First, my colleagues will try to summarize this amazing and insightful conversations you had. It is not complete, but they just put something together to show to you the key points. And then Jan will explain to us where we meet next. And Jan normally has only 3 points, so that's easy. And then we will, who is laughing? No, but that's true. Jan always says, I have 3 points, and then he sticks to 3 points, and I'm so happy when Jan says that. And then we will have the closing ceremony. We have our Secretary General, and we have the Foreign Minister here. So that's what we are going to do, and then we will be very happy to leave, very sad to leave all of you, and then go on different directions. So let me start bringing my colleague, Frida Youssef.
Yes, thank you, Shamika. And good afternoon to all of you. Actually, we were given this, first it's a pleasure to be here. I had the chance to speak with some of you. We were given this very challenging task to summarize everything we have been going through over the past 3-4 days in 4 minutes. And I have been working in 8-9 sessions, following also some other co-organizing sessions. So I will try to limit it to 4 minutes, but Shamika, please, you can stop me if I go beyond, because I know I can go beyond the limit. So the first point I would like to bring is really the high-level session, high-level opening session. There are two main points that really strike me, and I would like to reiterate that this is a really an important takeaway message that we have to remember. The first one is coming from the Prime Minister, Mia Mottley, on the uniformity of international policies, where she said that SIDS are negatively impacted by the one-size-fits-all approach of the international community, which often overlook the specificities of vulnerabilities. And the second point that I would like also to bring to your attention is you, Mr. Minister Kerry Simmons, when you mentioned that we need to have a human-centric policy approach to advocate for a more sustainable and resilient transport. And this should start from the human level. We have to work bottom-up approach and find effective solutions. So this is very important, this human-centric approach that we have to bear in mind, which we sometimes tend to forget. And then we'll move to the second important point that was, or issues that were discussed during the session on geography of trade and maritime logistics, and that is the trade and supply chain vulnerabilities. Okay, so today the world is still deeply interconnected. But however, global trade patterns are reconfiguring, and this is aligned with the geopolitical lines. So there are more shifts that are likely to happen, and business need to be aware of these potential trade-offs of the different paths ahead. Two important points here one should take into consideration is diversification or fragmentation of the supply chain balance in the face of geopolitical risks. Which approach to take when it comes to mitigating the risk of geopolitical risks, looking at these two different approaches. The other important point that was that emerged also from this discussion during the session was that, of course, reiterating that trade is a matter of survival of SIDS. So economic of the SIDS are highly sensitive to disruption, and the impact they face is much higher compared to any other countries or group of countries, specifically when it comes to transport costs and its implication on food and energy. The other important point also that came up is that we need to have, in order to improve the resilience of the sector, it's very important to look into how we can make those risks and opportunities. There are gaps, and when you have gaps, you have opportunities. So how to overcome these risks, and for that you need to have a very robust policies to manage the high level of market volatility uncertainty. And in addition to this very important, robust policy and a framework, the level of coordination is very important. The level of coordination along the supply chain and as well as among countries, the SIDS. And this is, I will bring back this because really this issue, the focus of regional cooperation, has been reiterated throughout the discussion over different sessions. Oh no, I'm still in the first part. Okay, sorry. Okay, another important point I would say, nearshoring of value of global value chain. This is also something that came up, but just to also bring to, because this is an important, nearshoring was viewed when we were discussing as a nuanced opportunity for the Caribbean region, particularly in the ancillary services. It doesn't have the same impact in countries like Mexico, where they have a very well-established manufacturing ecosystem. I'll go fast. Maritime and logistics. Again, the sector was affected by, the SIDS were affected by the consolidation, of the shipping lines, fewer shipping lines, and larger vessels. And what is important here is really to be able to diversify trade and logistics. And to diversify trade and logistics is not only to encounter geopolitical risks, but also to be able to build the resilience of the sector that will enable more flexibility and stability, for the SIDS by diversifying trade and transport sector, logistics, sector. Now come the issue of another very important point that came up was this issue of having a regional logistic and investment strategy for the Caribbean. And because, SIDS, small countries, cannot work in isolation. They have to coordinate and combine effort to really come up with a regional strategy, building on the strengths and comparative advantage of every island, and try to build a regional approach, a regional value chain, and regional transport systems. Okay, I spoke about collaborative approach, decarbonization. I have to read this one paragraph. IMO should develop a global regulatory framework that enables a pathway to net zero shipping by closing the price gap between conventional and near zero carbon maritime fuel, and ensuring that the transition is just and equitable. And this is very important. You know, no one should be left behind, SIDS and also the people. In particular, by avoiding supply chain disruption and price increase for those most vulnerable, while also stepping up for training the workforce, the seafarer, and cooperation along the supply chain, training, and the force. Technology is very important. Building the resilience of the sector is very important. But there would be synergies between sustainability and resilience. There are some trade-offs, and in the case of the SIDS, the trade-off can be quite high because of the vulnerabilities of the SIDS. I think I'm going to stop here, but just to remember that there are some enabling factors: digitalization, technology, capacity building, partnership, collaboration, finance, and the force. And we're here very happy to collaborate with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frida. I told you I knew if I unleash my experts on you, they are so passionate about their subject, it will be very difficult to get them to say everything they want in 4 minutes, and I knew this would happen. But let me also tell you, all the outcomes are being written up now. So, and when we go back, and we will post all the key outcomes of all the sessions, and you also have seen some AI summaries, and they are not, they are AI, yeah? They don't have the human intervention, so some of them are a bit crazy. But we will go back and we will look into that, and we will build all the insight that you shared with us here. So you don't need to say everything. So let me now, after saying all that, saying it's only 4 minutes, I give the floor to my colleague Jaime from Asikuda. I think you know, many of you know him here.
Hello, good morning to all. And Shamika, I promise I won't go beyond. So I'm very happy to be here, standing in this room after 20 years when I started my journey in the Caribbean. So I think all of us who are here, for some reason or another, are trying to find solutions to transportation disruptions and what happened with our health crisis that we have seen. And that has impacted significantly the way we conduct trade. And this has driven the cutting-edge technology solutions to take a very important pivotal role. The conference has offered, and the sessions that we were able to go through across the board have touched on digital solutions, automation, digitalization, and provide services centric to government, to some extent centric to the private sector as well. So we have seen that exploring pragmatic solutions that streamline the processes, this can reshape the global commerce. Various sessions, the practitioners' experience was immense, and we had seen how implementing single windows for trade, port community solutions have significantly enhanced connectivity and provided a much more integrated environment with those partners, with those stakeholders that need to have this interoperability, the data exchange capabilities for advancing technology. There are some key considerations that have been shared through the sessions. Enhancing connectivity and accessibility, key, that was paramount. Single window has been repeated all over the place for trade, for maritime solutions, for port operations as well. We have seen that our recent publication, the roadmap for building single window solutions, and WCO's compendium also can be a good source of information for those countries who are starting that journey And we know that those have completed and have engaged on a new iteration will also be able to benefit from those. We have seen also that the digital ecosystem needs to grow, needs to provide better options for SMEs, needs to provide also other solutions to facilitate e-commerce, which is constantly and exponentially growing for the handling of express and postal that customs has the burden to see and to try to expedite as much as possible along with the port and airport authorities. Strengthening digital corridors is also important. That means connecting the dots. We have a lot of solutions disconnected, and we need to make sure that they all integrate. We have seen what Barbados Port has been doing, what other countries in the region, other small island development states like Jamaica, Vanuatu, and they have been successful. So we need to go on that and ensure that they can apply advanced technology. Blockchain, artificial intelligence is not the future, it's the present. So we need to make sure that we can, as part of our Secura as well, to ensure that we're there, that we're providing all this technology that will allow countries to benefit and ensure that they have the economic growth that they deserve. We had an exciting site visit to the port, and that was very good to see that even with small ports as Bridgetown Port compared to other largers in the developed states, you can implement innovative strategies. So that has been very important, that simplifying requirements, integrating solutions will surely bring us to reducing the release times and costs that are associated in international trade. And the last point is the importance of political will. How important and relevant, decisive is to have political will, sponsorship, and support to ensure that these initiatives are successful. So we want to thank everybody for their participation, and we want to make sure that technology continues to be adopted. Don't be a laggard, be an innovator, be upfront. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jaime. Well said. And I think we also heard the leadership was a big issue. We can bring all the technologies in the world, but if there's no political will to adopt them, we will not go anywhere. Thank you so much. So let me now invite Mark Asaf, the Chief of Trade for Trade. Mark, you have 4 minutes.
My chrono.
I know I feel like some sort of school teacher. 4 minutes.
Well, all protocol observed, allow me to start immediately. And actually, we start with the COVID-19, because this pandemic was dramatic and actually underlined the importance and the crucial role played by ports around the world in the international trade and global supply chain. So we know resilience is actually inherent of ports that are especially located on maritime crossroads. They're capable of managing crises, and sometimes a crisis in one side of the world could be an opportunity in another one. So they've demonstrated this type of ability. I'm summarizing you the 2 sessions where I participate related on port management efficiency and the World Port Sustainable Program. For some island countries that were represented with us in the 4 days, the closure of ports equals to the closure of the island. So this is a strong and powerful message that came from our beneficiaries. Also, some research from Latin America and the Caribbean revealed that port capacity building has changed dramatically in the last 20 years. You cannot manage your port the way you did a few years down the road. And this will change and evolve more and more. So there's really a pressing need to equip your port leaders with analytical skills so that they can embrace digitalization. They know what to do with this wealth of data, because it's good to have big data, but what do you do with it, right? And to develop a forward-looking vision. You really need the long-term vision in here. So that was one other strong message. Digitalization initiatives as a maritime or port single window system begin with the capacity to design clear strategies, and Barbados Port Incorporated, that is also one of us hosts here, exemplify that and the importance of bringing internal solutions to this equation. Similarly, members of the Inter-American Committee on Ports that were present, the representative, have also shown a strong commitment to resilience and disaster risk management by leveraging technology. So they've taken on board in the last 3 years now a lot of initiatives in that field. The Inter-American Development Bank, to come to the financial part that was mentioned by our Secretary General in UNCTAD, is also of crucial importance. They advocate really for greater private sector involvement, the PPPs, because without that money, nothing will happen. So to adopt also, they have a study to show the landlord model, port model, is the one to go because they bring more efficiency. The port industry is highly concentrated, with the top 10 terminals operating and controlling 70% of the market. Small island developing states in the Pacific face similar challenges, particularly from climate change, where it's already very difficult for them to be profitable, let alone be competitive, and then they have this reduced bargaining power for smaller ports. Yeah. Landlocked country example where they're present too, like Bolivia, taking advantage of supply chain and also trying to reduce transport costs using the rivers and maximizing resources. In terms of the World Port Sustainable Program, the Port Endeavour Game also tried to highlight the need to make this effort of financing and building solutions that are digital and green jointly, and also demonstrating that this is not the panacea of big ports. A lot of smaller ports can do it and have managed to do that. It's also in one of the program and representative from ports in Africa, French-speaking ones, so they've made the effort to try to follow the session here in English. They've also highlighted the need for this capacity building and also what was mentioned in the previous session, trying to promote more and more women into leading roles. And that is really covering SDG 5 and also this partnership under SDG 17, very, very important with this South-South cooperation. And I believe there was a lot of documents, MOU signed between, for instance, Barbados and other ports in Africa. So I will finish by telling you that these networks that we're building, this community of people working around global supply chains, is the way for us we see the future. And probably we will see also more women leaders that will be there in 2 years with us. So I will stop here and 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And also want to acknowledge that you have done a lot to bring women into the fold in your port management program, and that's a good practice for us, as also SG mentioned in the last session. So let me now invite Paul Hansen, who is the lead of trade facilitation in UN Trade and Development.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. I will try and summarize the track that we have had on trade facilitation committees. When I look out here in the meeting room, I see some faces that were not in that track and in the sessions. That was a mistake, I can tell you. But we will have other trade facilitation forums, and next time you can join. But I will try and summarize what we discussed. National trade facilitation committees have been codified with the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. However, some international organizations like UNCTAD have worked on this concept for many years. And this week's forum was actually our third successful NTFC forum with 12 sessions. Sessions focused on sharing good practices and implementation of trade facilitation reforms, on the role of customs in trade facilitation, border agency coordination, and we have shared information, tools, and solutions that make national trade facilitation committees work more efficiently. But importantly, we also see that there are more and more issues that are being addressed in the committees that are not necessarily core National Trade Facilitation Committee issues. These are what we call popularly NTFC+. These are issues such as, for instance, supply chain disruptions, where NTFCs, National Trade Facilitation Committees, are natural points for discussion because these committees gather all the relevant stakeholders. We see that issues such as humanitarian relief is being discussed in National Trade Facilitation Committees in order for countries to be better prepared for disasters. We see the forum has also shared country cases and best practices on how national committees can be involved in resources mobilization, something that is obviously important when you implement trade facilitation reforms. But it is not always really the competency of the members of the committee. So additional capacity building is necessary in these areas. And then finally, a number of emerging issues have also been discussed passionately, such as inclusivity, gender mainstreaming, such as green and climate smart trade facilitation. Again, policies that were not originally on the agenda of these committees and where probably additional skills are needed for national committees. And therefore, one of the conclusions of our meetings this week is that NTFCs need to continuously adapt, acquire new skills, and include partners, new partners. Overarching, the forum has lastly agreed that coordination and digitalization are key drivers to achieving trade facilitation reforms, both at national level and at regional level, such as in the Caribbean. And a final important consideration of the forum is that real trade facilitation reforms will only happen in the framework of a public-private partnership, something that Minister Cummins has stressed several times in her interventions in this week. Ultimately, in line with one of the recommendations of the Bridgetown Covenant of UNCTAD 15, the work of national trade facilitation committees should contribute to a reduction of transaction cost, and I also wish now to add a reduction in environmental impact of international cross-border trade. This forum of NTFCs that is incorporated in the Global Forum has been successful, not least because we are working with partners as we have done in the past. And the real positive outcome of the forum has been the discussion and the exchanges you have had. Many partnerships have been established. We from UNCTAD have signed a partnership agreement with the China Council on Promotion of International Trade. So the forum is really contributing to the creation of a trade facilitation practitioners partnership and something that UNCTAD will continue to support. So ending my summary here, thank you for your active engagement. We look forward to see you again at the next forum. And for those of you that move on to Antigua, please do not forget trade facilitation.
Thank you so much, Paul. I think it was 2 days conversations that you summarized, and they were extremely insightful conversations, and we will continue. Regina, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to be asked to share some impressions with you. Of course, as you know, we will publish a fuller summary of key points and recommendations in due course. And you will have also seen the AI-generated initial summary. I would like to start maybe with recalling the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, called for this forum to help address some of the particular challenges that are affecting small island developing states at the UNCTAD, at the end of the UNCTAD 15 conference. And one of these major challenges is, of course, climate change. And climate change poses different types of challenges, of course, but for the small island developing states, again, as Prime Minister Mottley said in her introductory speech, ports and airports are air bridges and sea bridges. So climate change and the impacts that it can have can be devastating for all sectors of the economy. So transportation is not just an industrial sector in its own right, it underpins everything we do. And this is no more evident than in the small island developing nations. So it was a privilege to organize 3 sessions that were dealing with climate change adaptation, resilience building, and DRR for ports. We had very good speakers who drew out a lot of issues. It's a topic which I'm pleased to say we as UNCTAD have been working on since 2008 in collaboration with many stakeholders, multidisciplinary, which is very important. And the outcome of that session, not surprising, was to recall how critical the physical transport infrastructure network and its integrity is to global trade for all countries, including the landlocked countries that need access to global markets, but particularly the SIDS that depend on it for all purposes, including in the context of disaster risk recovery and response. We had the head of SEDIMA and the head of the Port Managers Association of the Caribbean as part of the panel, who were highlighting some specific measures that would be useful as best practices in the future. So that was a very interesting set of sessions. We're very happy it was among the few sessions that was streamed, so there is a record of this, and we were able to invite other stakeholders who had participated in our other work, including in Barbados in the past under project work from the Caribbean, to participate in that session. So that was a very satisfying element. I would say the main message from that set of sessions was there is no time to lose. The planning horizons for maritime transport infrastructure are such that you have to start planning early to be ready when impacts hit. And in the absence of action, the cost of inaction is just unfathomable, actually, and uninsurable. So the main message from that set of sessions was there was a greater need for collaboration and action, not talking. So this type of issues should not be an afterthought, but become much more mainstream. I had also the pleasure, we weren't able, of course, to be everywhere, but I also had the pleasure to participate in 2 other sessions. One dealt with the energy transition in the fishing sector, and that was a very interesting session, highlighting the importance of the fishing sector, thank you, for Barbados and for other small island states, both on the economic side, but also biodiversity, and the need for just transition. I commend to you the summary of that session that you will find in the outcome document. And one dealt with a very key point, and that is the new normal, the supply chain disruptions that we face. And we know there can be geopolitical, there can be COVID, there can be climate related, but it is the new normal. And there was one session organized by FIATA, the International Freight Forwarders Association, bringing together all the shippers associations and the World Shipping Council representing the liner companies, which highlighted the need for reassessing the terms that are applied, the internal commercial risk allocation to ensure that the system keeps serving who we hope it serves, namely the community and particularly the vast majority of small and medium-sized shippers companies across the world and in the developing nations particularly. So there I will leave it. Thank you very much. And we are all thrilled that you have come and that you're so interested in this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Regina, bringing the work that we have been doing on port resilience. This is a very, very important point. As you said, there's no time to lose on this one. These are critical infrastructure, and they are increasingly exposed to climate change-induced disasters. Very, very important point. Yeah, I give you the floor from here to next, from here to 2026.
Yeah, thank you, Famika. Thank you all. You forecasted correctly 3 points. No, first, really, thank you. We were all forced to make choices to go to one parallel track or another. So that's why we had thought it would be good to make some attempt to share what happened in some of the other sessions. It is still not complete because even we could not participate in every session. So as Shamika said, there will be a comprehensive report, but I hope you found this useful to see the leaders of the different streams, the topics. Behind them are many others who are in the room. There are other who worked, Lisanne, Pamela, Maria, the whole team. So a huge personal thank you also to the Barbados team and on this report. Second point, the way to 2026, the way to our next Global Supply Chain Forum in Saudi Arabia. I'm afraid the challenges we were discussing are not going to go away. Is it good? Is it bad? For our areas of work, we could say we are happy to see that finally the things we have been preaching for decades, how important it is to have efficient supply chains, people realized when a ship gets stuck in Suez, and when we have COVID, when we have the Red Sea, the Black Sea, the Panama Canal, yes, and I'm afraid we will have more challenges and opportunities with technology, energy transition, climate, trade wars, and a lot of other challenging things. So I think the agenda, the scope of issues will not decrease between now and 2026. Third and last time, working together towards the next forum, the timing is likely to be similar to here, mid-end of May. We want to make sure that we don't have other conflicting events in Leipzig or in Miami, so we will try and plan well to have this. What I've perceived here, by having created this forum, we have seen, I'm confident we have helped interactions between Pacific island states and friends and members and the Caribbean, between people working in the IMO and people more working in COP and the private sector and the public sector. So that's the idea, to create a forum where we work together on these different issues. That's on the substance. The idea is, and I think we can say we have achieved it, at UN Trade and Development we already have a very successful series of World Investment Forums. We have a very successful series of e-weeks, e-commerce week, and I'm now confident we have a third major series, which is the GSCF. I'm not sure if it's, the name is as sexy as the other two, but it's, I don't know. We called it always the Barbados Forum, which somehow that's a challenge. Very last point, you will please help us preparing. You have all about half an hour received an email with a little link for a survey. There's some yes, no, and whatever answers, but there's also a free space which you can freely use to send us your thoughts, suggestions, input for the next one. And I hope to see you all in 2026 in Riyadh. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jan. So now we come to the closing part of the session. So I think we can move out. Smile and Carlos and Jan. I don't know how many meetings you two have been having for the last 6 months, and it's so good to see you smiling and also Jan smiling.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the team from UNCTAD, Frida Youssef, Jaime Mendoza, Mark Asaf, Paul Hansen, Regina Asoritis, Jan Hoffman, and Shamika Sirimani. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will hear directly from Her Excellency, the Secretary General of UNCTAD, Ms. Rebecca Grinspan.
Dear Kerry Simons, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Barbados, dear Minister, thank you for being with us. You have been great, and you have made this really what it was. And the same to the ministers and the authorities that are here with us, the distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is my bittersweet duty to close this first Global Supply Chain Forum. Bitter, because we have to leave Barbados. And we have to leave all of you in this forum that has been such a resounding success. an affirmation that we are on the right track to forge a resilient and sustainable future for global supply chains. But it is also sweet because it signifies the beginning of a journey, not the end. The past few days have been a testament of the power of collaboration, the importance of innovation, and the unwavering commitment of all stakeholders to build a better future for our global supply chains. We have heard inspiring stories of resilience and determination. We have witnessed the power of partnerships to drive change, and we have seen firsthand the potential of technology to transform the way we do business. From the insightful discussions on climate change adaptation and resilience building in our ports, to the exploration of inclusive trade facilitation and the role of national trade facilitation committees, we have delved into the critical issues that are shaping the future of our supply chains. The Supply Chain Innovation Challenge, with its groundbreaking ideas, has demonstrated the immense creativity and ingenuity that exists within our community. And we heard today the announcement that Barbados will do that as well. It is a reminder that even the most complex challenges can be overcome with the right mindset and approach. And the gender panel, that was so inspiring, wasn't it? Today, we are not merely celebrating the culmination of this forum, we are laying the groundwork for the future, the outcome and contributions we have produced here. We heard the UNCTAD team, the SEED's Transport Ministerial Statement, the insightful discussions and recommendations from our various sessions, and the innovative solutions presented in the Supply Chain Innovation Challenge will all play a key role in shaping the agendas of upcoming global events. These outcomes will be instrumental as we head into the SEED's 4 forum. We are going from here to Antigua. The conference will be held next week. They will also contribute to the LLDCs, the Landlocked Developing Countries Conference, the Summit of the Future in September, the UN Oceans Conference 2025, UNCTAD 16, our conference in 2025, and our 60th anniversary this year, the COP in Azerbaijan of the UNCCC process, the UN Disaster Risk Reduction and Climate Action Conference, and the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement implementation process. So we have to make this happen in all of these different forums, so very important. So let's ensure that the momentum we have built here continues to propel us forward as we strive to build a more sustainable and resilient global supply chain ecosystem. But the main purpose of my closing remarks today is to say thank you. Thanks first of all to the Government of Barbados, and especially to the Prime Minister Motley and the Foreign Minister. Thank you very much. I want also to thank you, Minister Chapman and Minister Cummins and all the ministers that have been here with us, the Minister of Labor and others, for being here and making this so special. I also want to thank Ambassador Matthew Wilson. Matthew, where are you? And as was said before, our counterparts, working counterparts, Carlos Wharton and his team with Deidre and Jacqueline. Deidre and Jacqueline, thank you. They have been so key in making this forum a reality, just as they were in making UNCTAD 15 a reality almost 3 years ago. But let me also specially thank from Barbados, Alice Jordan. Alice is not here with us, but she has been an angel for all of us. She has been looking into all the details of our stay in Barbados, making it really a wonderful experience. Alice, wherever you are, thank you so much. I also want to thank every one of you here today. To our delegates, the high-level participants who have come here from all corners of the world, from all walks of life, and from all of the possible links of our global value chain. I especially want to thank our panelists for sharing their precious time and knowledge. Your insights are invaluable, and I know they have already inspired and challenged all of us in the audience. So thank you again. But especially I want to thank you, the ministers and authorities that are here with us. I was in government. I know how difficult it is to leave your country, to go to the conferences. Your really contributions have been invaluable to us. So really thank you so much to all of you. And I also want to thank my own team. Shamika and Jan, thank you so much. Can all the UNCTAD people here stand up? There are many. Thank you so much. And especially thank you, Pamela and Maria. These two women have been amazing. They have responded to all your messages and requests day and night, 7 days a week during the many months of preparation. So the whole UNCTAD team have really powered through an insane amount of work to get the forum ready, to make it worthy of your attendance, and their tireless dedication and commitment have made this a resounding success. I am very proud of my organization and my team. I want especially also to thank my colleagues from the UN and the international organizations, ILO, IMO, UNIDO, Global Compact, and all the rest. You have been fantastic in being with us all this time. Thank you so much. And with this forum, we and UN Trade and Development hope to have carried forward a key mandate from Bridgetown, from the Bridgetown Covenant 3 years ago. More than just complying with a mandate, I feel that we together have surpassed expectations, and we have set a way forward to bring back trust and hope to our global international community. We need that. We need trust and we need hope, because multilateralism is today more important than ever. Thank you.
May we have another round of applause, please, for Her Excellency, Secretary General Greenspan, for her tireless work. I don't know if anyone noticed, she normally wears an owl brooch. She's not wearing it today, but she's been wearing it for many years, and I finally got the opportunity to say, Her Excellency, what is the significance of this owl brooch that you wear all the time? And she said, it wasn't a gift. I bought it, I saw it, I liked it, and then I realized that an owl is wise, and he does a lot more listening than talking. And it has become her signature, wise owl. Ladies and gentlemen, on day one of the Global Supply Chain Forum, there was a ministerial dialogue that was held. And the objective of the high-level dialogue was to engage in a constructive and forward-looking dialogue to address the unique transport and logistical challenges faced by SIDS, fostering collaboration and formulating practical, actionable solutions to boost efficiency, sustainability, and resilience. The session was endorsed by a ministerial statement entitled, Enhancing Transport and Logistics in Small Island Developing States. And that statement will be presented at the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States, scheduled for May 27th to 30th in Antigua, just a few days from now. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take this time to acknowledge the important outcome of the SIDS ministerial session, and it reflects a guiding framework and sets out the priorities for achieving a more sustainable and resilient transport and logistics sector for SIDS. Ladies and gentlemen, I call to the stage now Minister of Transport and Urban Planning from Curaçao, Charles Cooper. Please join us. I also acknowledge Minister for Transport from Seychelles, Anthony Dejac. Minister of Transportation, Communication, and Information Technology from the Marshall Islands, Hilton Kendall. Minister of Transport, Energy, Communication, and Innovation from Tuvalu, Simon Kofi. And ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome from Barbados our Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Honorable Kerry Simmons. I also want to acknowledge two ministers who unfortunately had to leave us early from Guyana, Juan Edgel, the Minister of Public Works in Guyana, and also from Martinique, that would be Sandra Casanova. They had to leave us early, but I wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge the work of our ministers, ladies and gentlemen. The ministerial declaration was signed and endorsed by the gentleman you see standing before you. We need big smiles for this one, gentlemen, big smiles. And now, ladies and gentlemen, can we have Ambassador Matthew Wilson please join the photo, as well as Secretary General Greenspan, please? Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the many important outcomes of the Global Supply Chain Forum for 2024. Thank you. I will now hand over the podium to Minister Simmons.
Thank you so much, Belle. Ladies and gentlemen, where do I begin? This has been, I think it is safe to say, a surprising, but I think overwhelming success. I want to begin perhaps by reflecting, I think it was on Jaime Mendoza's observation, that this effort, if it is to be what we hope it to be, will require there to be a lot of political will. Madam Secretary General, I give you the assurance of Barbados's unswerving and unstinting political will. We feel that there was a duty that we needed to speak to the world, and I think perhaps lift the gaze and address the conscience of the globe on this critical issue of global supply chains. And sometimes, as I said at the very first intervention I made here, it is tempting to get very academic because it is an issue that attracts the attention of the professors at university. But it is equally an issue that impacts every household and every housewife who has a few kids to feed. And the reality is that nobody goes into business for that business to fail. So private enterprise is equally impacted. And we get it. Politically, it is impossible to govern a small state without understanding where the pain is and trying in some way to respond. When you listen to the critics, you will sometimes feel that we who are saddled with that title called politician are insensitive to any form of pain. But the reality is that we do get it. And the truth is that on small island states like ours, most of our businesses are small and micro businesses. The percentage of 80% globally has been thrown around, and it is equally true in Barbados. 80% of the businesses in Barbados are small and micro and nano. And they operate on very slender profit margins, very slender profit margins. And they have to go and face a bank in order to raise foreign exchange, because Barbados, like most of the small island developing states of the world, doesn't have a globally traded currency. So you go and you face your banker and you try to raise that foreign exchange you need, because you have to import raw materials and other inputs into your business. And you have to meet the demands of your consuming public out there. And then something happens along the way which disrupts that supply. You still have to face that banker Monday morning. And you still have to satisfactorily respond to that consumer Monday morning. And the challenge for these people is real. And you see so many disrupting events take place. And you're forced to ask yourself, when does this end? Because even as these disrupting events take place, time after time, the reality is that it comes back to being an additional amount of pain for that entrepreneur who is trying to hold that business effort together so that he or she can feed a family and keep a few people employed. It is a task. And it is necessary at some stage for those of us in public life to recognize that, you know, little Barbados is not going to solve this problem by itself. We may be treated by our electorate as though we are expected to solve the problem by ourselves, but we can't. And little Tuvalu, the Seychelles, Solomon Islands, Fiji, St. Vincent, Dominica, none of us can solve this problem by ourselves. And if you pay close attention to CNN, you'll realize that the mighty United States of America can't solve this problem by itself, nor for that matter can the United Kingdom and others. So that we settled on the view that it is perhaps best for us to go back to the multilateral platform. That vital, and I want to submit, Secretary General, indispensable platform, though much abused, much criticized, often threatened, but an indispensable platform where we can sit and talk and try to make sense out of some of the most defying issues which confront the global community. And the supply chain which feeds ourselves, feeds our families, keeps our businesses afloat, keeps our countries growing, and our economies wholesome. That is one of the issues which have to be confronted and wrestled to the ground. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what gave birth to this. So we get it, and I assure you once again of our unswerving political will. It would have been a heroic expectation to believe that we would leave here with all the answers in place. But we have done something very special. We have given a voice. We have given agency and voice to the issue. And we have brought 1,000 thoughts together to contend on what are clearly defined areas where we may do a little bit better. Howsoever difficult the problems may be, how can we work together? I'm particularly attracted to the idea of regional chains, regional supply effort. This is something that we in CARICOM have long been talking about. It is equally frustrated because with that must come access to maritime transport, because our islands, like the ones in the Pacific, are separated by the sea, and to reach each other, we have to find a way of overcoming that distance. But it is not beyond us to find the solutions. And the important thing is that through dialogue, we have brought financiers to the table. Through dialogue, we've brought investors to this country to sit at the table. Through dialogue, we've brought insurers to the country to sit at the table. Through dialogue, we have brought all of those essential players who are component parts of this giant puzzle to operate in a meaningful and constructive manner in an effort to find solutions. And for that cooperation you've given us in this regard, I want to use this opportunity to say a lot of thanks. And I begin once again with you, Secretary General. You and your team have been absolutely amazing, and I'm deeply obliged to you. There were some key outcomes. I think that the ministerial declaration that we just recognized was obviously one of them. But I would also want to mention the fact that there was a UNIDO agreement which Barbados was able to sign. And that UNIDO agreement is obviously about industrial development. Obviously, it will come with an opportunity for technological transfer, better understanding and grasp of some of the logistics issues, capacity building for us as a country. But it positions Barbados yet again in this region as being that hub which will then be able to share all of this information, all of these opportunities with our neighbors in the Caribbean space. And for us, that is a vitally important thing, especially as we have to reimagine industry, because it is not only just a question of the global supply chain or regional supply chains that must be created, but it must be digitizing that which we do. It must be trading via electronic commerce. It must be placing technologically advanced systems into the hands of ordinary people in their business places and, frankly, in their homes. And that is something that has to be married also by training our young people in a way that makes them not only conversant with, but skilled and effective with the use of modern technologies, which are obviously going to include robotics and artificial intelligence and so on. It is a steep, steep climb for small states like ours, but again, I think Brother Mendoza made the point very well. It requires the political will. Above and beyond that, we had the privilege of having, once again, another UN-assisted endeavor. The Global Compact was launched. Perhaps we in the Caribbean are a little bit behind the 8 ball on this one, but I think it is important. We had a very useful session a couple evenings ago. I believe that I should recognize the head of the private sector here, Tricia Tanis. And Tricia, I want to say to you that, as usual, I take your wisdom on board. Tricia made the very important point that it is necessary for us to meet small and micro business people where they are. And that it is all well and good to say that there are 10 principles which are lofty and useful ideas, and that you want to encourage their workplaces to be places where there is no exploitation of child labor, exploitation of women, that there are workplaces which are dedicated to supporting collective bargaining endeavors and the presence of the trade union, and all of those other things. It is important that we find a way to reach out to all of these business people who are preoccupied at the same time with maintaining a profit margin and keeping people employed. It is important for us to be able to make sure we reach out to them and keep them abreast of these objectives so that they can marry the two. Ultimately, once that has been done, it makes for a more efficient, effective, and better place for our business to operate. But we have to effectively make that marriage take place. Obviously, for me, I should say now, and for the Government of Barbados, that the message should go from this platform, that global compact also speaks to anti-corruption. And this government has set its face like flint against corrupt practices. We have done that which has never been done in this island, or quite frankly in this region, in terms of the scope and scale of the anti-corruption legislation that we have passed. But as I said on that same evening that we launched the compact, we are mindful that he who bribeth is as guilty as he who receiveth. And therefore, bribes usually come from the private enterprise to the government. And we have to be equally wary about corruption in private enterprise. It is a conversation that very often, interestingly, people don't like to have. Everyone wants to have the conversation about public administration and corruption, but very few people like to have the conversation about private enterprise and corruption. But there are parts of the world where once you have stepped over that line as a private player, there is a punishment. And in many of those cases, the punishment is an inability to get access to government contracts for a period of time. In other words, you have fouled in the penalty area, so there's a punishment to you. That is not yet the law in Barbados, but I think it must be. And I want to say to you, I think that this is something that has to happen across CARICOM, because we have to make this Caribbean community a place which is transparent for doing business and is also as a wholesome place for investment into the future. So in regard to that Global Compact launch, that is where the rubber meets the proverbial road, and we take that very seriously in all of its ways of interpretation and execution. I want to turn my attention next to the very critical issue of saying some thank yous. I have already said to you 100 times in this meeting, Secretary General, how valuable your presence has been and that of your team. I should say that we just saw Shamika here, we just saw Jan Hoffman here, and I want to say to those officials as well as to Pamela and I believe Liane, is it Liane or Lizanne? Lizanne. Frida, of course, Regina, Paul, Maria. Look, I may have been a little bit difficult to bear with from time to time. I know that. I said at the reception that when you labor in the name of the people, you should not be laboring in vain. I'll tell you what perhaps you may not know. In December of last year, Mr. Carlos Wharton and my permanent secretary and a few other senior officials in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade were seated in a meeting, and I became uncomfortable. Not unhappy, but uncomfortable. And I said to them, but I need to have more concrete answers. This thing is only 5 months away, and you're still telling me you hope, you expect, you think, but I am not hearing any certainty. And that just can't fly. We've invited the world to our doorstep. Sometimes you have to do that, Secretary General. And the takeaway was that every single week on Wednesday morning, from that time, with the exception of Christmas week, we would have a meeting and we would be going through all of the boxes, dotting I's, crossing T's. Is the protocol right? How many cars do we need? What type of security? What level of attendance? How many ministers, et cetera, et cetera. Everything that you can imagine. And so I think they came to dislike the Minister of Foreign Affairs a little bit. I hope now, however, that we've seen this spectacular success, that they will come to appreciate that he wasn't just being grumpy bear. He was really trying his best to make sure we could execute this successfully. But I do equally want to thank not only the UNCTAD side, but my side. PS Foreign Affairs, you're here. Please stand and be acknowledged. You have led a wonderful team, ma'am. And seated next to her is Risa Lane, our Chief of Protocol. Risa, please stand and be acknowledged. Thank you. And equally, let me thank not only the Chief of Protocol, but her team, because it could not only be done by her. And sitting next to her is the said Mr. Carlos Wharton, who has been heroic in his efforts. Carlos, please stand and be equally acknowledged. And with Carlos, there was also obviously a national implementation unit, which would have been including Deirdre Holder and Jacqueline Griffith and I see some of you know these names by heart, and Natalie Dial. I do not want, and this is the very dangerous part of this type of exercise, because you can bring a lot of ill will to yourself once you start calling names and accidentally leave out somebody. So for the avoidance of doubt, all who were involved, the minister offers you his thanks and his gratitude. I feel, ladies and gentlemen, that I should say that we were here in Barbados. We were using our technology to reach out to Jan, and sometimes I frustrated Jan too, I have no doubt, on those Wednesday morning meetings. And Jan, thank you for your patience in that regard. But he consistently said to me, Minister, you know, we have this. We've done this type of thing before. But there was a bridge, and that bridge came in the form of the Geneva team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, led by Ambassador Wilson. And I do not know if Matthew's in the room, but Matthew, I want to, where is he? Oh, there you are. Yeah. And Matthew, please send my regards to Geneva for the entirety of the team, and accept my regards and thanks right now. Ladies and gentlemen, there's obviously a need for me to recognize those people who financed and helped make some of this happen. And there are a number of agencies, including the Inter-American Development Bank, the Caribbean Development Bank, the Port Authority of Saudi Arabia. There are those who lent assistance, for example, the World Trade Organization. We have in Barbados those entities which are Barbadian, like Export Barbados and Invest Barbados, who played a crucial role as well. We have had the assistance of our National Cultural Foundation, that reception that you would have been invited to on Tuesday evening. That was the work of the National Cultural Foundation. I think that all of you have seen and experienced firsthand the magic of the Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporated, and I really want to give them a special, give them a round of applause. I keep saying, you know, they manage, I think, the most competitive, if not the very best tourism product to be found in the world. I had already said Invest Barbados. The Caribbean Private Sector Organization has had an input into this, and I want to thank them for that too. And of course, in Barbados, we do a lot by also involving our small and micro business enterprises. The Prime Minister had a brainchild of creating a Barbados Trust Fund, which is essentially an enterprise that does exactly what it sounds like. We begin by saying to a young entrepreneur, or sometimes an old entrepreneur, we're simply going to have trust in you. You want to start a business, let's forget about all the red tape. Here is $5,000. You have an idea, we will meet you, we will work with you, we will try to implement, and we'll hold your hand and navigate you through all the challenges which micro businesses face. Come into the office with regularity, let us have a look at how you're performing. We can attach a consultant to you so you get to better understand the regulatory environment within which you operate. But they have done that, and they began that in 2018, and I think that today it would be true to say that we have over 30,000 clients in the Barbados Trust Fund, some of whom are now exporting into the region and beyond. So they are good people doing good work. I was trying to remember just now, it is modeled off of the Grameen Bank in one of the Pacific countries. There is also the international or regional entities like CARICOM, the OECS, UWI. Ladies and gentlemen, really too much to mention all of them, but it would be remiss of me to leave this place without saying to those people who give of their time as volunteers, and those people who've been working with you as liaison officers, how very indebted I am and how very indebted the team is, because it's all well and good, but there were people who had to be met, who had to be escorted, who had to be assisted in one form or another. That is the nature of these global-sized conferences. And to manage the expectations of over 900 delegates is a tall task. I think from all I'm hearing is that they have done that very satisfactorily, so I offer my thanks to them. And last but by no means least, you would have been protected by the police while you were here. You would have been protected by the Defense Force while you were here. Very inconspicuously, they've been among you. And equally, if in the event that anything happened of a medical nature, we had a whole fleet of ambulance and quick response people out there. You can't have the Secretary General coming here and being overwhelmed by all the good things of Barbados and passing out and not have an ambulance for her. So that we paid attention to detail at every level. And for all of those people in the essential services, I want to thank them for their role in helping to pull this off. And last, the people who manage this conference center. This conference center was created so that we could do SIDS 1, out of which came the Barbados Program of Action. We are now going to Antigua to do SIDS 4. This conference center has been here as a consequence of that and has now lived to see an equally important event take place. And I once again want to say a simple thank you. I'm being signaled, but I'm not understanding what I'm signaled to say. You're free. Forget the protocol. Tell me. Oh, okay. Very important. I forgot the interpreters, without whom we would not have been able to speak to each other in the other languages. You see the danger of starting to give thanks. You get yourself into trouble. Very grateful to you, Carlos. But I was simply saying, by way of wrapping up, that this conference hall has been able to live now or exist to see an equally important undertaking take place. And ladies and gentlemen, Barbados is touched by your presence. We feel that this is but a first step, but it is a vital step in helping to do one thing that is essential. Bring down the cost of living and make businesses more effective in all the countries of the world. And to the extent that we've been able to do this, I want to thank you very much. Now it is 10 minutes to 1 on Friday in Barbados. And you are on an amazing island, an amazing tourism destination. I know that some of you are going to the second best one in the Caribbean for the SIDS conference. But I want to urge you to make the most of this evening and tonight, and if you're going to spend the weekend in Barbados, the most of the weekend. I'm not going to list for you the innumerable activities that you can do tonight, but I'm sure I will see a lot of you in Oystins later on. I see all the heads nodding, so it's clear that you may have to have some tour buses to get them all there. But ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the other half of what this conference should be about. You've come a long way to the Caribbean. Soak it up for all it is worth. And remember, rum, rum, and more rum. Travel safely.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Honorable Carrie Simmons. On that wonderful note, Minister, of course, Minister acknowledged the different languages and the interpreters that were here today. But I also wanted to point out an individual. This is something that's actually really important to the Prime Minister of Barbados, and that is equal access for all. And here at the Global Supply Chain Forum, through the National Implementation Unit, we actually have our assigned designated photographer who is deaf. So when you guys are having all these wonderful conversations, he's like, okay. And I don't speak any sign languages, but we make it work. So by your round of applause now, I want Scott to be able to understand what's going on. Scott. Scott. Scott Williams, ladies and gentlemen. You. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Another thing that Minister Simmons pointed out is the BTMI, the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., has done an amazing job, of course, of marketing Destination Barbados. And as the minister said, rum Okay? And we want you to come back to Barbados. A wonderful time to come back to Barbados, of course, would be for our Crop Over Festival, which, if you're going to book, so you need to book now, come back like the last week of July into the first Monday in August. But we also want you to come back in October for the Barbados Food and Rum Festival. Take a look, ladies and gentlemen.
Hella nice, yeah, yeah, you good. City girl, you good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. From the clean star, she walking up. Girl going down, she coming up. She getting on bad, bad, bad.
Separate, we have Amber.
Yeah, she look right from me, she back it up. Yeah, she getting on bad, bad, bad. Bad, bad, bad. Then she bend like a Z and then she proceed to take like the hands and hold on, from she knees and do what she please, then do like the leaves and drop. This girl and me loose, she squat and she stoop, she take off her shoes and sock. She fly from the roof like a hen out the coop. She land on the this girl, she gone, clear now. Fling the bam bam in the air now. The way she walking, I wonder how she gets so bad. This girl, she gone, clear now. Spin pump a girl, tell that clear now. The way you walking, I wonder how you get so bad.
Welcome to the 2023 Junior Chef Cook-Off Competition.
Under a minute to go, guys.
Let's go. Come on, Coach, share the mic. Share on
So please don't beat up and stress. Leave that phone by your address. Once you leave me, the blood running through your veins.
Jen Harewood is our winner.
The party nice again, again. The party nice, it's full of vibes. The party nice again.
Drinkers don't get sick. We don't need no fencing. We don't use no painkillers. We don't use those things. Rum drinkers don't catch cold. We drink rum for cold. We drink rum for sickness. What I'm talking about? Drink, 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 drink. The thing feel so good. Help me to come back whole and don't start the asshole. Drink, 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 drink. The thing feel so good. Help me to come back whole and don't start the asshole.
I can't apologize, 'cause my fairy tale is you, me baby, for life. So I can't fantasize, 'cause I want you by my side when I start dreaming. Be mine. Kike la bague, que mi diga da quantity ori dele tipo conmigo. We will love our, que mi diga da quantity ori dele tipo conmigo. Come on home to me,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the reasons right there that we need to protect our SIS. Beautiful, happy, smiling people who we want to keep safe and happy. So will I see you in Barbados in October? Will I see you in Barbados in October? Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful occasion this has been. And we know that the hard work continues now that the curtain has come down on the Global Supply Chain Forum for 2024. My name is Belle Holder. It was my absolute pleasure to serve you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Be safe. Enjoy the island tonight.
caught you by surprise. A single teardrop falling from your eye. I don't know why I run away. I'll make you cry when I run away. You could have asked me why I broke your heart. You could have told me that you fell apart, but you walked past me like I wasn't there, and just pretended like you didn't care. I don't know why I run away. I'll make you cry when I run away. Take me back, 'cause I wanna stay. Save your tears for another. Save your tears for another day. Save your tears for another day. I made you think that I would always stay. I said some things that I should never say. Yeah, I broke your heart like someone did to mine, and now you won't love me for a second time. I don't know why I run away. Oh girl, I make you cry when I run away. Girl, take me back, 'cause I wanna stay. Save your tears for another. I realize that I'm much too late, and you deserve someone better. Save your tears for another day. Save your tears for another day. I'll make you cry when I run away. Save your tears for another day. Oh girl, I said save your tears for another day. Tears for another day.
I found a love for me. Well, darling, just dive right in and follow my lead. Well, I found a girl, beautiful and sweet. Well, I never knew you were the someone waiting for me. 'Cause we were just kids when we fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give you up this time. Darling, just kiss me slow. Your heart is all I own, and in your eyes you're holding mine. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass. We're listening to our favorite song. When you said you looked a mess, I whispered underneath my breath, but you heard it. Darling, you look perfect tonight. Well, I found a woman strong than anyone I know. She shares my dreams. I hope that someday I'll share her home. I found the love to carry more than just my secrets, to carry love